Well, that's quite a nice kickstart to the broadcast. A little toucher there from Pam Beer. We are live at Western Province Bowling Club. It's the SA Masters. We're watching the ladies veterans in action at Western Province Cricket Club. It's been a bit of a morning, and I was about to say that the rain had blown away, but it hasn't, and it's starting to drizzle again. Certainly makes things very tricky, but the green's holding up quite nicely. It just was a bit of a light score, and clearly Pam from down the road in Boland is adapting quite nicely early on. Very important to let the viewers know that there's a slight change in format this year, because they play 2 sets of 9 ends regardless of the score, 2 sets of 9 ends, and if you are tied 1 set all, you go to a 3-end tiebreaker. And we had some fascinating viewing early on in the men's open, where Jason Evans lost his tiebreaker, but they were 3-all after 3 ends, so they had another one. And he lost as the ball fell over, so Jason Evans lost to Andre Rousseau. And next door to him, Wayne Rittmiller lost his tiebreaker on a measure to Matthew Sperry. So it's certainly the action has started thick and fast. As we know, the Masters, the blue ribbon event of South African bowls, the best of the best, and it's going to be fascinating viewing all weekend. So wherever you are tuned in, I think you'll certainly learn a lot, and you're certainly going to watch some great entertainment. And not lost on me that the last time I was sitting in this chair, look at this ball come down, second shot for Susan Nel, that the last time we were here, it was 2021, on this rink was the last game of the Nationals. Jason Evans and Luan Cronier won that title, playing the day after we had a hang of a lot of rain. So every time that the big events come to Cape Town, it seems that it brings the rain along with it. Be very interested to see your comments in the comment section on this new format change. No longer first to 21 for this event. We're going 2 sets of 9 ends each, and then that 3-end tiebreaker, which certainly adds drama. It adds a lot of different dimensions to it, because you can go down in your first set and still be right in it to win the extra point for the whole game. So a new twist and good entertainment, certainly, and nice to change things up every now and then too in the sport. Already quite a decent turnout, and probably a lot of people inside too, getting some cover from the little drizzle that is going on here in Cape Town. And you're going to see that quite a bit, the ball's just pulling up. This green is obviously the A green, and it's been recently reopened after a lot of time on TLC, but the rain doesn't help, and the balls certainly pulling up added to with the little raining conditions that we have. How are you, Jacko? Jacko Francois making a guest appearance on the side commentary here, but at least he called me young. People have called me a lot worse. So. Fantastic bowling here from Susan Nel. And the one nice thing, the marker is Graham Todd, and he's got his lollipops out there, so people watching around the rink can know what's going on. They don't have to die wondering. Well, these Picassos are certainly working their magic at the moment. She's found that line brilliantly. Heaping the pressure on. And Susan with the opportunity to draw 4. She'll go ahead in the game midway through the first set. You can see the close-up there on those Picassos, just the wet conditions and certainly making things interesting out there. It's another element. You know, we've got a world-class, or at least very best in South African field, and battling each other, battling the elements. Having a look if it's the 4th is in. Toddy holds up all 4 lollipops, and that's 4 to Susan Nel. You may walk in front. We are perched, the commentary booth and the production team is got a little alleyway between the cameraman, and you might hear a lot of noise and comments coming as the passers by. I seem to be popular than I think I am because people are actually greeting me today, so it's good fun. Yeah, we have a little question there, Lofty. Alan Lofthouse, another South African legend. So it's a 3-end tiebreaker, and if you are peels after 3 ends, you play the 4th end. So you will toss again to see who goes first, and you play a 4th end to have a winner. You always have a winner that decides the point for who wins the match. And that is exactly what happened with Jason Evans and Andre Rousseau in the first game of the session. They had to go to a 22nd end. So it's quite interesting. You play your sets out regardless of the score because your shot profit does come into equation just in case further down the road as we get deeper into the competition. So 2 sets of 9. Play them out. If you peeled, you play a 3-end tiebreaker. If that tiebreaker is peeled, you play a 22nd end to find the winner. Yeah, it's going to be tricky out there to play those shots, those weighted shots. That one just not coming back there. Yep, that's very, very good. Using our own ball, pushes it in for a second shot. We've got a real battle on our hands, and well done to Noel from the Cape Town Talking Heads production team. Picked a great game for us to follow. So let's just give you some background. Pam Beer, she plays out of Langebaan, and 2022 was a year for Pam. She picked up the Boland Ladies Singles, the gold medal. She was silver in the Boland Champion of Champions, silver in the Boland Veteran Masters, gold in the Boland Veteran two-ball singles, and gold in the Boland fours. So really put herself on the map and recognised and gets her shot, and no better way than to start off her first game against Susan Nel. Excellent there, not giving up as they work our way towards the ninth end, and that's when the point will be decided in this first set. A little change of length is mixing things up, and interesting that Susan's gone onto her forehand, because on the previous way coming down here she drew 4 on her backhand, so quite interesting that Pam is onto that backhand, and she's certainly holding a good first shot and under the line here with the second one, but probably in the count. Yep, that looks to be in the count. Susan back onto that backhand, tracking very nicely. Yep, I think that switch back to the backhand was just the magic there. We got a little side toucher resting on the ball. Chadi does the necessary there. I am just under the line again. And not looking to give away that shot that she's got. Goes back to the forehand. And it does look to be coming in quite nicely. Just didn't have the weight. It was the right road, that's for sure. One shot to Susan Nel. I'm just reading a little bit. Susan Nel's obviously been around the block and done pretty much everything there is in this game, but 2005 SA Masters winner and well capped in South Africa. First Commonwealth Games was back in 2006. Gold in 2010 in Delhi. And gold in the fours and bronze in the trips in Scotland in 2014. So really well decorated, and as I said, been around the block and won all there is to do. So great viewing.
This is interesting. One player and then the marker holds a yellow lollipop. Maybe that's one shot for the marker. One shot for the marker. I like that. I like it. Otherwise, you cannot complain. You're glad you kept an eye here.
I dare say that the rain has stopped and the sun is beating its way through the crowds, and I'm sure all the players will be relieved. They can take off a layer of clothing and not having to worry so much about drying their bowls. Susan Nel really flexing her strengths at the moment. Narrowly down after the first few ends, but has stormed quite nicely clear now in this first set. That's a great ball, that. And that's the shot. Big smile from Susan Nel. She's enjoying it. Why not? Playing brilliantly in a good game. Susan changing, and that'll be a good position because if Pam knocks it a bit too heavy, but she was, covering her bases there quite nicely. Pam is onto the forehand, trying to get some movement on that front ball, but is under the line, and I'm sure there's a little bit of anxiousness on Susan's part just to get this first set out of the way, bang the point, and then work hard again. It's definitely going to be a mental shift in the dynamics. We're not playing to 21 anymore. We got 2 sets of 9. You get one, and then you really want to make sure that you start off well in the second set so that you can avoid the tiebreaker, because there's obviously that point. And yes, I managed to jinx the weather. The sun is still coming out, and typical Cape Town day, we've got all 4 seasons. Now we've got all 4 seasons at the same time, it appears. Susan has this been playing this backhand beautifully. Picked up quite a lot of shots coming towards the clubhouse. At least the one element we don't have to worry about right now, but the way I've been jinxing the weather so far, is the wind. That would make it rather unpleasant when you have this drizzle about. But so far, not much wind to speak of. Greens are handling all the rain that's been delivered, so that's a plus. Players' lines look good. So this is the 8th end of this first set in the first session of the ladies' veterans. The men played this morning. Unfortunately, I didn't do my homework for you and I don't have those scores, but I was watching the open men. Some fascinating action, particularly with all the Proteas in the mix and as they head off to Australia on Monday. So not ideal preparation, wet greens, because they're going to get to much faster greens when they get to Australia, but great competition for them, and certainly a lot of excitement. Yeah, Susan is really putting on a show. This backhand has served her really well. And that looks like it's going to be under, which means that this is pretty much what I've been saying and trying to describe the new format system, that they will play the ninth end, even though Susan has now banked the point, the log point for winning the first set, because she can't be caught. 2 to Susan Nel. Susan's got obviously a nice healthy lead, and she's controlling that jack well and playing her length, and she's going backhand 12-4 to Susan Nel over Pam Beer. Yeah, that's another toucher. Toddies might just have to get a new little chalk spray going there, because these two ladies have racked up a fair few in this first set. It's actually a fascinating tussle between these two ladies. They both have played really well and made it look easy in the tricky conditions. Susan switching to the forehand. With incredible skill. That is brilliant. Take a photo. You'd want to hang that in your pub. Pretty good advertisement for the Picasso Bowl. And as I mentioned, Toddy's definitely going to need some more chalk spray. Pam's going to go and try and rattle the cage on the forehand. It's not been an easy shot. We haven't seen too many successful ones. Just hangs out a bit. Toddy showing 3 lollipops. And Susan is tucked it away, not easy. Pam's going to go and have a look. As we wrap up the last end of this first set. Trying the backhand to spring the white again. The weighted shots are not seeming to be too easy. Just hangs out a bit. So that'll be the first set done. We're into the second set. I'm just going to quickly step away from the commentary booth for 2 minutes and we'll be back and enjoy the action. Cool, we're back. First end of the second set. Quite nice that production team kept on talking heads. They've got us with the first set score up there, so we don't lose track. Great start here by Pam. Excellent start. Susan's gone back onto that forehand, complaining that maybe it's a bit wide. It's tracking back quite nicely, actually. Wow. We've got Rick Bing tuning in wherever he is in the world, and he thinks I'm as good on the marker as Pommy and Bangwa. Now, I'm not sure that's a compliment from young Rick Bing, but nice to know that he's watching. I just hope that he's learning a bit, because that's what we should all be doing from this great performance from these two ladies. And Rick probably needs to learn in bowls probably a lot more than the rest of us. But Rick, enjoy the show. Enjoy my dulcet tones. See you for beer later, maybe. Yeah, Pam is, you see that ball's just hanging a bit there, slightly wider. It does come, wanting to come back, but we'll see what Toddy says. One, maybe two. Just having a look. Two. Two. Which is a great start. You know, you do have to reset for the second set. Pam's done that very well. And no surprise that while the mat might be a little bit up, she has playing a longer end. Susan really stuck to her good jack maintenance there and was playing that short to medium length, and it served her well in the first set. But yeah, I had to use the cliche, but I think I might do that a bit. But it's a new ball game each set, and Pam's taken the gap off to a good start, 2 in the first end, and playing the longer end. And so Susan will obviously want to quickly recapture that jack and stick back on her shorter length. Pam being forced to change her hand does it well. I mean, for an end rink, there really is no complaints. Ball's really coming back nicely on the good line. This one is a smidgen wide. Susan doesn't like it.
Dankjewel. Jona? 3. Ja.
And that'll fall out. Susan preferring to go backhand. I think it is working nicely for her. Not sure that's going to hang up, but it does. And it's fallen over. Toddy's showing just the one, which is making life easier in the commentary booth, that's for sure. We don't always get the angles. There's players get in the way, fans get in the way, so Toddy's doing excellent work. Susan Nel, that's not going to pick up the jack on the way past, and that's one for Pam. And she moves 3-0 ahead in the second set. They're just having a quick second guess of Toddy's call earlier. He said it was just one, but he's going to have to get down and measure that. We've got the eyes of all the people tuning in and watching this on Toddy. He did tell us it's one, and would hate to embarrass him and be wrong, but player's fully entitled to get that measure. Pam's looking for a second shot. Toddy packing up all his utensils there. And he was right, so good on him. Well done, Toddy. Got that call perfectly correct. Now he's got to skedaddle down the green to go and centre the jack. And you can see that the two tactics in play here. We've got Pam Beer from Bullant enjoying the longer ends and managing her jack throwing quite nicely at the moment. We saw in the first set, Susan Nel, when she got in front, she was going that short medium and really managed that well, and it stood in good stead as she pulled away and won that won that set quite comfortably in the end. But new set, new game, new point to play for, and it's a longer ends. So as I said before, we'll see Susan definitely going shorter to medium when she wins that end and get the jack. But she's going to have to outdraw her opponent, who's certainly firing quite nicely. I think that first set score wasn't a true reflection of the quality for sure of both players. So yeah, it's a very, very good game at the moment. Looks like another good one coming down, that's for sure. Fantastic there. Toddy has said it's a measure. He got the call right in the previous end, but he is not putting his good reputation on the line in this one. Excellent tussle, this has to be said. Oh, and that's going to fall out. Susan looked for a second like she was going to ask a question, but she's going to play this shot with confidence. Another player coming to the head to have a look. They're playing on what they can see and the information that Toddy's delivered, and that's just going to... Oh, it's run on too far. She played a brave shot. She nearly just wicked it onto her ball, but she's given it to Susan. That's a pity because she was, I say, maybe holding the shot. That gives Susan Nel a nice gap back into the set. She will have the jack. Wonderful to see the camaraderie on display here. We've got two opponents obviously trying to beat each other, but they're having a good discussion and seeing the light side of that shot from Pam. Played it in great spirit, and I think it's important to note that this is the highest level you get, and this is the spirit in which the game is being played, and it's a good reminder for everyone playing their tabs in and playing their district competitions, etc., to play hard and play fair and play the game in the right spirit. I think bowls has certainly come a long way in the last few years with that, and nothing wrong with playing it in a good spirit like we have this game on display for us today. Slightly longer in than I thought that Susan would choose to play, but holding 2. Really giving Susan the good news. That she's still holding. And she'll be holding 2 with another toucher. Poor Toddy is probably going to ask Susan for reimbursement on that chalk spray. It's been well used in this game. Both bowlers making light of this, I would say, tricky weather conditions. It is clearing up again. But the last time I said that, it started raining again, so it's just that weighted shot that doesn't... it's not working at the moment. The dead draws are good, and that weighted shot is just spending slightly less than I think the players are anticipating. And that's just not there. So we've got 2 shots to Susan Nel, who draws level in the second set. She's looking for all 3 log points on offer if she wins this in straight sets. Definitely looking to avoid a tiebreak. We've seen some fascinating tiebreakers already in this competition. Susan back to her preferred length and back on that backhand that has served her so well. 5th end. This was the turning point in the previous set, so
Just keep looking.
yeah, that's very good start. Importance of a great first ball in singles is relevant in all levels. That's world class from Susan. Really is so good. We've seen some fantastic bowls in this game, and I mean, Pam has bowled really well. But Susan has just found that level up. And Susan will switch to the backhand and be looking to just get behind in case the white springs. I mean, if Pam would probably want to know that there's a little gap between the jack and the shot bowl. Only needs to hit it a little bit harder than she thinks. But obviously the back ball now by Susan kind of takes that shot out, especially with each of the ladies only having one bowl left. Set up quite nicely for the finish of the second set. Susan Nel leads 4-3, having won the first set. Pam was 3-0 up, and Susan has just brought the length back a little after that shot of Pam that unfortunately took the white on to Susan's bowl, and that kind of was the change in the dynamic shift. And that's kind of been the quality of the game all day. Really high standard of bowls as you would expect, but these two ladies are really showing their class. Excellent weight. Susan has had a lot of success playing backhand in this match. Has played a few rippers on the forehand too when need be, but has for the most part opted to go backhand, and really has worked for her. Nice to see the sun come out and join us for the first time. A long weekend of bowls, and I think you should stay tuned and stay glued to Cape Town Talking Heads. They'll be bringing you all the veterans games. Although Noel and his team took a little breather this morning. They were scared of the weather, but we won't let that happen again. We'll give them one game off, and if this is anything to go by, we are in for a fascinating tournament. We are playing obviously at West Province Cricket Club. The veterans are on the A Green all event, so they'll get to know it in all its familiarity. Susan looking to make it 4 there, or 3, sorry, with a touch on the white, but it misses and it stays to just the 1. And quite an interesting little segment in this game, because the shot could draw her level, looking to force the tiebreak. Tracking rather nicely. And she's is it gonna fall? It's not gonna fall. I wonder, we can't see the angle on the other side. There it is. No, even if it falls, it won't be in. Excellent camera work from the team there to give us that angle. Pam did touch the white, but Susan was waiting, and like any good slip fielder, caught it quite nicely there. And that was quite a crucial one. Instead of it being 4-all, it's now 5-3. And Susan will be quite keen to hurry through these remaining ends and wrap up and start her championship with a full house. That's what she's looking at the moment. And at the same time, Pam is 1 or 2 good ends away from forcing that tiebreak. And Yeah, and that's the status of this game. It can turn on a knife edge, and we're now into very much the business end of this opening game of the ladies' veterans singles. Susan Nel, you feel, will be hard to beat, having having this backhand towards the cricket club clubhouse rather taped. A great turnout, and I'm sure as the day goes on, Capetonians aren't known for working too hard on a Friday, so we could have a bigger crowd. But if you are in the area, you do want to get down here and watch this. You know, we've got 4 greens of world-class entertainment here, and well done to the sponsors involved and everyone for making sure that every green has a broadcast, so there's something to watch for everyone. But I'm sure you'll be tuning into the veterans a lot. We've got a good commentary team lined up. We track them down as they come past. Tones and input and analysis and everything from all different people. So you've got that to look forward to. And Toddy just doing the necessary, telling Susan she's still holding as Pam's ball just comes up a few inches short for being shot. I'm getting rave reviews on my WhatsApps about this commentary work that I'm doing, which is nice to see that I'm finally being appreciated. Pity it's only from Rick Bing, but it is what it is. But keep the questions coming. We have had a few questions on YouTube. We will certainly do our best going forward. I'm just a bit trapped here without a co-commentator at the moment, but to bring you some scores from the other rinks, but you know, we can only film one rink at a time, and this is the game for this session. There'll definitely be a lot of variety, but we will endeavour to keep you updated, particularly after each session. There's a lot of action, a lot on the go. Games starting at different times. Some going to tiebreakers, some not. It certainly is a great new twist to the Masters. Oh, Pam, you've gone and done it, yeah. Oh, world class! Look at that. And as I said, that puts this this set on its head right there, because Pam will have the jack, and she will has closed the gap now. 2 shots there, the last one a little front toucher, so 5-all. You know, we're now going up and down for who wins the log points and who wins the set, and there could be some more action from this first game on ring 6 if there's a little cheeky tiebreak. I watched a few this morning in the first session in the rain, and certainly very enjoyable. The tiebreakers, 3 ends, just determines the match winner and the log point. And there we go, up and down, 2 ends, and all to play for. I see my co-commentator's arrived, went to fetch his wife, and now he's going for a romantic stroll. So you'll be hearing from Eugene Ferreira in a little while, but for now you're stuck with me. But luckily you've got excellent visuals, so if you don't like my voice, you can always just mute the broadcast, but don't turn it off, that's for sure. It's a thrilling contest here. Susan Nel goes in search of a full house, and as we saw from that last end of Pam's, she's certainly not going anywhere. Both players have played really well, and look at this, another cracker. I think the only loser so far has been Toddy's chalk spray. He's had to use it plenty, once or twice every end. Yep, that's what I've been saying all game, that weighted shot, I mean, that's such excellent weight for the shot, is just not reacting as the players are anticipating, but I'm sure they will figure it out. Pam is bowled another great ball. If only the thing is that it's kind of made a little bit of a target, but Susan is narrow, but she has another, I mean wide, sorry. It's not coming back on that weight as she's wanting it to, but setting up this end as one to watch. It's unfolding quite dramatically in the 8th end of the second set. Pam's gone onto the forehand. She's holding 2. And she is covering her bases quite nicely. Probably not in for a third, but only one bullet left. There it comes down. Is it going to get down? It's not going to get down. Those weighted shots are not... We haven't seen too many successful ones, so that is... Looks like 2. Toddy doesn't look like he's ready to get down and measure for the third, but he's staying up there just in case. I suppose it's a good time to fill you in on the other twist, is that you can peel a set, which would then not force us into the tiebreaker. So if Susan picks up 2 here, it would make the score 7-all after 9 ends, and they would share the point for the set, and Susan would automatically get the point for the match victory. So Pam will be looking to minimize the damage here for sure. Can afford to drop a shot and go into that tiebreaker. And that's a fabulous start, that. Jack ball dancing around the jack nicely. Susan getting confirmation that the ball is a little bit behind the jack. Onto forehand. As the match has gone on, played the forehand this way more and more. That one comes up slightly short. The players having a discussion. Noticing the flipboard was one end ahead of time. So Pam resets and gets this end back underway, this 9th end. Very good bowling, yeah, in this crucial end. A little bit of relief there as Pam avoids Susan's front ball. This one is on a good line. This could be a match-defining shot, yeah, folks. It is a match-defining shot. That is very good. That is one of the two she needs to peel this set. One won't be enough for Susan. And so this is a shot now to avoid the tiebreaker, switching her hand. Let's see. And that is what we, from a neutral's perspective, wouldn't mind, because we have a tiebreaker. So we'll go 3 ends now. 3 ends now for the tiebreaker to decide the match winner. I'll have a toss. So that first set, convincing scoreline, but we did say the quality of the game was very even and good, and Pam really played well in that second set. There was a couple of great ends there, and she's forced the tiebreak. 3 ends for the log points on offer. As it stands, they'll each get 1 point from this match. Completely different prospect from the more accustomed format of first to 21, where you can have a lot more ends if the game is of a high standard, etc. Different lengths, so this is definitely something new. So far the feedback has been good and enjoyable. One ball each. Pam is holding the shot. With it on her own front bowl there. Pam being forced back onto that backhand, but just not having the weight to get there, so that'll be one shot to Pam Beer in this tiebreaker. Pam's trailing up. No arguments from her on the one shot, but everyone just hanging around just to make sure. She didn't want to have a look. So we're into N2 now of this tiebreaker. 1-0 lead for Pam. Who appears to have lost her jack. Not the ideal time to lose your flawless record. She was really controlling that jack length quite well. And second end of the tiebreak has given Susan Nel something to work with. She wastes no time in delivering it and has gone to that sort of short to three-quarter length that she's preferred all game. It's been a thrilling contest, definitely a one to watch, and we're glued to the result here to see who's going to walk away with the win. That ball just comes up short. That's the shot. Makes it 2 in my books. No, just 1. Toddy says that front ball is in. And he hasn't been wrong yet today, so we'll bow down to his local advantage there of being closer to the action. This is tracking very nicely. Very good ball, that. Very good ball. We're going a little bit narrower, yeah, but it's just cutting a little bit. And Pam is just making her mind up before this last word of hers. She holds the shot. She could be holding 2 now. That is very good. And she actually has the best back, so strap yourselves in for a very important ball. Susan went for it under. And that's 2 shots, so I mean, we spoke about the dynamics and the change in gameplay and the change that this new scoring system and format works, and we've seen it play out in the first match of this ladies veterans, because Susan Nel was well clear in that first set. It was a very close second set, but Pam did the job and did more than enough to earn her point there, and has now come into a 3-0 lead last end, so she can afford to drop a 2 and she can't afford to drop a 3. That would force another end. So really fascinating shift in dynamics. She's gone to the longer length, well, the jack at the back, more like it. The mat is 2 or 3 meters up from the 2 meter mark, setting herself up nicely on this backhand. fascinating twist and turn in this contest. Fascinating. And not looking to drop a 3, which I don't think there's probably been 1 3 in the entire game. So Pam just coming a bit short. And that will make it all the more difficult to pick up that 3, that ball. Pam is heading quite nicely. Is now playing a backward, a protective wood. And so very, very difficult. We've got Scruffy Bradshaw giving me the thumbs up as he walks past the commentary box. Nice to see him coming to learn a thing or two. No truth in the rumour that he's waiting for the Boeing to fly over, and he's here for the draft that's on tap outside Boerebosch roll. It's actually sounding like quite a nice Friday afternoon if I can sneak out of the commentary booth. Fascinating contest. She can't drop the 3 now, so she has secured the win. Incredible performance from Pam Beer. Really reset brilliantly after that first set. Won the second set and then came out all guns blazing and was steadfast in her draw. And an excellent performance. She'll win 2-1 in terms of the log points and gets her championship off to a great start. What a great game that was. Shaking hands, and that's all we have, folks. So stay tuned. We've got lots more action coming up. Maybe I'm going to change of commentator if you're tired of my voice, but it's been a pleasure being with you for this one. Great game, and congrats again to Pam Beer on the hard lines there to Susan Nel.
A very good afternoon to all the viewers that have just tuned in for the third session of the Perfect Delivery Veterans Masters, all the way from down in the beautiful Cape Town. Third session up, we've got two very accomplished bowlers. As most of you know, Bobby Donnelly, ex-Protea, won a couple of international medals, up against Francois Koen from BGN, also ex-Protea players, played in African states. They're just finishing up their trial ends, and then we'll be good to go. I'm sure this is going to be a humdinger. Looking forward to some great bowls this afternoon. So yes, please get sharing, get the family and friends and everyone in the bowling community involved, and get some live action from down in Cape Town. Must say we started off with a bit of a cold morning in Cape Town, but drizzles all morning long, but it's cleared nicely. Still cloudy though, but the temperatures picked up, the speed of the greens have come on quite nicely, and the banks are starting to fill up thick and fast, as you'll be able to see along the edges of your screen. And yeah, as you'll see on the scoreboard behind Francois, Koen. Koen will be playing with the white bowls, blue stickers, and Bobby Donnelly will be playing with the blue bowls with the white stickers. Everyone in South Africa knows him as Big Bob or Bobby. His real name is Robert Donnelly, hence the R in the scoring section. I shake hands and they're ready to go. I think it has been in discussion before, or artificial surface at least, and yeah, there's no further talks on it. So yeah, it's very unclear at the moment, but that would be lovely to have that in Cape Town. Bobby's first ball coming up about a yard short. Throughout the games that we've watched on this rink this morning, so far, a lot of the players fancied the ditch side hand, which is, if you're right-handed, it's your forehand away from the camera.
Anybody want ice cream? Ice cream?
No ice cream, thanks.
Anybody want ice cream?
Francois playing with good weight on his backhand, just past jack level. Well, it looks like Francois Koen might still be holding 1 or 2 shots there. It's unclear, just waiting for the lollipops to be picked up by the marker. For those of you that have just tuned in, it's the format of the SA Masters have changed. It's not first to 21, it's 2 sets of 9 ends, and if it's 1 set apiece, we will have a 3-end tiebreaker where it's not the winner of the end that gets a point, it's the score across the ends. Yeah, I think Bobby just might have run a bit too far there. Francois looks like he's gone under the line. Maybe a bit hesitant of that short ball knocking it in for shot. It's always a pleasure, Adam. We'll do the best we can to keep you entertained during the afternoon, and yeah, like I've said, the weather has turned out to be much better than this morning, so yeah, enjoy the afternoon with us and stay tuned. I'm sure this game is just going to get better and better as it progresses. Lekker man, jy. Yeah, it looks like Francois Koen picked up one there. It's 1-0 to Francois Koen after the first end. We'll just try and get the marker to move to the side as soon as we can. A lot of people still getting used to the live streaming and where you need to be stationed on the rink. Bobby's on a good track here. Both of them just running a yard past. What's also good to see this year is that we have a lot of technical officials and markers that have given up their time to come down to Cape Town to come and assist. It's always lovely to see. The speed of the surfaces are still picking up a little bit as it heats up. So it was quite tacky this morning with the water falling, and I'm sure it'll get better as the afternoon progresses. I think both of them are still getting a feel for the rink. You see, we've seen some magnificent ends during the first two games this morning. Francois seems to have found the line on that end now. He's played a brilliant shot. I need to also mention that from the 1st of April, Bobby Donnelly on screen now is the new operations manager for Bowls South Africa. And I'm sure he'll do a stellar job of it. He's been around for many a year and surely knows his way around the bowls community. Marker indicating it's 2 to Francois Koen, but a brilliant shot to pull the white to make 2 there, so he goes 3-0 up after 2 ends. Lovely to see there behind the players, spectators that have turned out even in this iffish weather this morning. It's lovely to see the people down supporting the game we all so dearly love. And I'm sure this weekend's going to be, the banks will be packed and people are going to have a showcase of bowls available to them. If you're in the area, pop in at Western Province Cricket Club. Come enjoy the facilities and watch some great bowls on offer. Also for those watching, feel free to send some comments. I am able to see all the comments, so I will answer them as we run through the game. Bobby has corrected his weight slightly. Still looks like about half a yard shy of the weight, but on a very good line.
That's why I don't play with you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we played 15 there.
Oh, Bobby down on a good line again. It looks like he's added the weight. Might have made shot. Otherwise a very unfortunate result for him. A lot of percentage in that shot to turn his 2 bowls in there. I think Francois, I thought he would be looking to play a little bit more over the weight and touch the white there.
Reserve for the umpires. Thank you.
It really looks like Bobby has the weight here. Marker indicating it's one shot to Francois, so that takes the score to 4-0 after 3 ends. Just keep in mind that this is the first set, only playing 9 ends. Afternoon, Craig, and welcome. Hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon with us. We'll try and keep you entertained as much as we can. Looks like at this moment Francois just uses that first ball to try and kind of adjust his weight. I think that's been the difference in the first 3 ends. Francois has gotten one of his first 2 balls past jack high, which makes it easier to adjust the weight. Bobby's done the same there with his first ball. For those seasoned players, you know that it's easier to adjust your weight if you were past the jack. Francois down on a decent track here. No, he's played it well. Well, Francois would probably just be looking to replicate his previous ball, sit on Bobby's shot wood or touch the white. He did it a couple of ends ago. Surely down on a decent track again. Looks to have good weight as well. Yeah, he's played a great ball there. You know, it's funny these days, we have markers with the lollipop. Some players prefer the marker to use the lollipop, and some of them don't prefer the lollipops being used because they feel that the marker gets involved in the heads too often. Yeah, Bobby looks like he has good weight. He just needs to get down. Yeah, he's played what we call a perler. Might just have made 2 of that.
Yeah, he came in the kitchen. I now want to get him to get a meal. And I don't know where he went.
Francois' last ball seems to be second shot. So Bobby just trundling down the green there to have a little look at his options. If anything, I think you'd just be looking to play the forehand just inside Francois' jack high bowl there. Not expecting him to be up and into the head. Coming down on a decent track, yeah. He's played it with more weight than I expected him to. So Bobby Donnelly gets his game off to a start there. 1 on the board, so it's 4-1 after 4 ends. Yeah, Bobby's pulled the mat up. He uses it. I think it's very known, people that know Bobby plays like that a lot, and a lot of people in JBA prefer to play that way. Pull the mat up and try and get the jack to the tee. And the player's just making sure that the length is fine.
Searching for him. No. What? Do you know what you
We just
He was on green, on the ground.
So he must have gone hungry. Have you tried the other end?
playing that first ball a yard past the white. Like I said earlier, easier to adjust when you start off past jack high.
Could be, mate.
I must say, we've got a lovely setup here at Western Province Cricket Club this afternoon or during the weekend. We've got a beer garden going for the spectators and a little boerewors stand and a duck shop and access all around, access to all sides of all 4 greens, so it makes for good viewing. If you're a spectator, like I said, if you're in the area, pop down, come and have a coolie with us and enjoy some of the spectacular bowls that's on display. Francois changing his hand now. He's played a good one.
Okay. So we're not going to charge the guys.
Probably down on a decent track here. Yeah. Oh, he's played that well.
I just want to make a note.
Francois' third ball. Going back to the forehand. Obviously we'll be looking. Ball seems to be holding up nicely there with weight. Just run through. Marker indicating to Bobby that he's indeed holding shot there. Yeah, what an unfortunate result there for Bobby. Just over the weight and he slices the jack. And all of a sudden he might even be 2 down. As you can see, Francois persisting with that forehand. Still be looking to get down to that bowl of bobbies and work his way back to the white. Yeah, and he's played it exactly like that. I thought it'd be a measure for the third shot there. They've taken 2 out.
Peter, your lunch is on the table there, but we'll ask them to warm it
It's
again.
coming.
Peter, you can take a cool drink. Is that one?
Okay. Come to do a cool.
Where's your token shirt?
Yeah, for the viewers that are watching at the moment, 196. Please share on Facebook and friends and family. Get the viewer totals up. We've had 1,268 views for the day, which is quite awesome, and we hope to see that going up during the weekend. We'll try and get it to 2,000. See if we can hit the 2,000 mark for the day, in fact. Still another session left after this. Back to the game. Francois 6-1 up after 5 ends. So with 4 ends to play in the first set, advantage to Francois. And please keep the comments coming. Those of you watching, feel free to ask questions. I'll answer them to the best of my ability. Francois just seemed to have found that his forehand coming back to the clubhouse seems to have found it a little bit better than Donnelly at the moment. And Donnelly had to change his hand after that opening bowl of Francois there. Francois given Bobby a bit of an opportunity here. It looks like he's played it under the line. Under the line and under the weight, unfortunately. Francois looked to have adjusted the weight quite well here. He turned his ball once, holding 3 shots. Just get confirmation from the marker. I think he's indicated that he's only 2 down, so that front bowl of Koen might not be counting. Bobby's down on a fair track here. Oh, he's played it well. Straw number 1. Francois playing the forehand again. I think he'll be over the weight to try and turn his bowls in if he gets under. If he gets under the white ball there, he's just got the wrong angle on that, I think. Bobby Donnelly is still holding one. Probably just be trying to replicate what he's done with his previous ball. He's played it under again. In fact, I think he was probably just trying to get a little touch on the white there. Is Francois going to concede one there, and the score will be 6-2 to Francois Koen after 6 ends. 3 ends left in the first set here. You know, Bobby Donnelly doing the same, pulling the mat up, looking to get the jack on the tee. Bobby seems to have opted to go around the clock, as we would normally say in the bowls world. Opting to play backhand up and backhand down. That means you're playing two different sides of the rink. And Francois has also opted to go around the clock, forehand. It's quite strange to see two players opt to do that, because the speed and the lines often differ from one another. Bobby's just played at the yard and a half, too much weight again. Francois played a great ball here. Just seems that Francois has been getting a little bit of a better feel to the rink. His opponent just struggling a bit with the line and weight at the moment, but I'm sure, being a seasoned campaigner, Bobby will pull it together and try and sneak in somewhat of a comeback in this first set or in the second set. Stefan Koen down on a great line again, just falling shy of the weight. It's sometimes unclear from the camera angles on your screen exactly what the distance is between the bowls. The marker indicated that Francois was only one down. It was only 1-2 blue. Francois down on a decent track again. I think he's just added enough weight to get in for the second. Let's see, I think it's definitely 2. Not quite sure if that third ball's in the count. Now, for those people that have just tuned in, we're busy with the third session on the veterans, South African Veterans Masters. In fact, they're measuring for the second as well. So, as I said just a moment ago, that it's the angles on your television screen or on your computer screen might be very deceiving. Now, once again, those viewers that are online watching at the moment, and if you've just joined in, welcome. Let's get yourselves involved. Ask some questions, leave some comments, so that we can get some interaction going. Make you feel like you're part of the Masters. I'd love to have you on board and involved in what's going on here down in Cape Town. Looks like a very close measure. I've opted to call the umpire. While we're waiting for the umpire to commence with the duties and measuring the bowls, we'll ask our side on camera to get a little bit of a view of the venue all the way around. We can get that everybody can just see what's going on at the venue. And there we go. So that's the Junior Masters being played on the D green to my right from where I'm sitting. The Junior SA Masters are playing all their games on D green. And then in the far right corner, that's open ladies and men. And as we move our way around towards the center of Western Province Cricket Club, we'll see all the spectators along the middle of the banks there, filling up nicely. And your far left hand corner there on B green is also ladies, open ladies and men, and obviously the veterans on A green. And as you can see, lovely afternoon, spectators starting to come in thick and fast. I think we probably hitting in excess of 80 people at the moment, and I think it will continue to grow as the day goes on. And as we get into Saturday, tomorrow, I think we'll have quite a number of people down to support. Yes, Daniel, thanks for that comment. I think it was a bit unclear to a lot of people. Some of the players also had a bit of questions on it this morning. So basically every set is a point. Every set's a point. If it's peeled, it's half a point. And so that gives you 2 points for the two sets. And then 3 points for a win. So that's a total of 5 points. I hope that answers your question, Daniel. Oh, the picture's just brightened up there. Sun making its appearance for the first time today. Not sure for how long because we still have a lot of cloud cover. Yeah, so it looks like it was only one shot to Francois there. Back to the action. 7-2 up after 7 ends. Yeah, Bobby would need at least 2 shots in this end if he would have any chance of winning the first set. And Francois Koen still sticking with that forehand. Seems to have found that line, taped it. Bobby now opting to follow him down. Oh, not a bad start there. Francois Koen playing with a Grace Proud Professional and Bobby Donnelly playing with the Era Groove. And Francois Koen down on a good line and good wager. As I said throughout this first set, it just looks like Francois Koen has just settled in a bit better than his opponent. I'll be just falling under the line there with brilliant weight. Just Francois Koen is just he's just hammering that line. The ball seemed to kick a little bit there, and he was also under the weight. Probably just missing his lines. His weight is absolutely spot on. Francois Koen just ran into his last ball there. His weight was pretty decent. I don't think Bobby's gonna be short with this. He can get rid of both white balls and pick up a decent count. Yep, here's exactly what he's played. He gets down, he's very close. Oh, so unlucky. Didn't need that ball to get onto one of these balls. Even the jack would have been better. So that basically wraps up the first set. Francois Koen picking up 2 shots there, going 9-2 up. So they will just complete the last end of the set as shot aggregate might come into play in the latter parts of the round robin. Yeah, I think even if there's nothing up for grabs in this last end, Francois Koen's already won the first set as it is, but they have to continue. So I think Bobby might just be looking to use this end to try and get some sort of a rhythm going. Might be most valuable for him to just try and get some sort of a line and weight going.
Yes, that's it. Bill.
Yeah, so that wraps up the first set. Looks like Francois is scoring another 2 shots there. Yes, it was Steve. It was just muted for a brief moment as I got up from my seat. Otherwise, we're going to listen to all the comments going on around. That's 100% correct. We did mute it when I got up. Yes, Bobby taking a sip of water. So trying to get his water to stand up on the bank there. It'll be very interesting to see how Bobby comes back in the second set. Just hasn't seemed to have been finding his rhythm quite nicely, and we know it's always difficult to kind of get back into rhythm. Maybe a couple of shots to go his way and his confidence will get back up, and we might see him make a good comeback in the second set. Lovely to see that the sun has broken through the clouds and it's been out for a couple of minutes now. See some of the players and spectators getting rid of their jackets, which is a good thing. Thanks for that, Steve. Really appreciate it. Hope we can continue to provide you with some great insight and keep it entertaining. Our viewership numbers have gone up to 1,419. So let's keep sharing. Let's see if we can hit the 2,000 mark during today still. Yeah, and also let's try, and if you are on YouTube and Facebook, let's get the likes going. Let's get the total number of likes up. Like the page, share it. Probably still just not getting his rhythm here. France, we're leaving a bit of opportunity here. Last ball down seems to be the shot. Francois Koen a little bit more of a mechanically sound, or has a bit more of a mechanically sound delivery. If that, then Bobby's got that little bit of a wrist action when he takes back. Bobby just not finding the line at the moment. And Francois gets his second set off to a good start there, picking up one.
Still water.
I see the Boominator's just walked in. All that people from Johannesburg that know him as the Boominator. Recently relocated back to Cape Town. Maybe we can get him on the mic during the weekend. He also loves entertaining the viewers and the crowds. The Boominator, also known as Warren Middleton. Don't know if you're related, Steve. That's a much better opener there by Bobby. Maybe that'll give him some confidence. Lift his game. Get back into this. Good afternoon, Mark. I think I've mentioned it. I'm not quite sure, but I think it's a Drake's Pride Professional. Yeah, he's always been a big fan of the Drake's Pride Professional, so I'm pretty confident that it's professionals, Drake's Prides.
I'm sure you'll come back.
The Drake's Pride Professional has got a little bit of a straight run, and then it gets a little bit of a hockey stick bend at the end. Don't think it's a Protea, because otherwise we would have seen it bend much more. Bobby needs to get down here.
I don't know, could it be?
Yeah, good weight, just under the line.
Because it was 70 and then he took down the rest of the thing, so maybe it was dropped. Because the Boeree roll's only 30.
Francois Koen has played this with a bit of weight. Just falling under the line as well. He hasn't made it easy for Bobby to pick up more than Donnelly pick up more than one, yeah. This will have to be a dead draw. He's just played it with a yard over the weight. The line was pretty decent. That's one shot to Bobby Donnelly. So we all squared 1-1 after 2 ends in the second set. Obviously Bobby Donnelly needs to take the second set to enforce the tiebreaker.
Just the beginning of the set.
I might just add that it's quite a quick format. It's much quicker than that first to 21 format. Rounds are rolling over. Only one session left after this for the day. So all of you know it's 21 ends, maximum of 21 ends, and in a normal first to 21 it can exceed 21 ends quite easily, and yeah, it just speeds up the game a little bit. Bobby now also opting to go back to that forehand. He's played it with decent weight, about a foot under. Francois Koen plays his bowls. I think I chatted to him yesterday. He plays his balls out of Irene Country Club. Francois is a retired correctional official. Served the government of the day. We just still see. I think he's found a bit of a line going. He's just struggling with that weight. Francois Koen down on a decent track here. And he's played it with decent weight. I think he just hasn't done enough to get the shot. I'll be going back to the backhand here. That's what I was talking about. I just think he needs some sort of shot to go in his favor to get the confidence going. And he's done just that. Let's see what sort of reply Francois can come up with here. He's definitely played it tighter with a bit more weight. If he gets under that, he'll be very close. He's cut it down to only one. Bobby Donnelly still holding the one. Bobby going down on a very narrow line here. Played it with decent weight though. Francois down on a decent track again. He's added about a half a meter of weight. You know, he just didn't need to get hooked on that ball. Oh, so that'll be 1 to Bobby Donnelly. Get him in the lead, I think, for the first time in this whole game. Takes a 2-1 lead after 3 ends. Might just add as well, I must commend Western Province Cricket Club for all the hard work they've put in prior to this tournament. They've been battling with their greens, but they've put in some hard work and they've gotten them to a decent standard. So looking forward to see some decent balls being played over this weekend. As I said, this is only the first day. The finals will only be on Sunday.
is it?
Hello,
Well, so good.
Thanks, Susan. Susan, I appreciate that. Not a professional commentator, but we try and do the best we can to keep people entertained. We don't want you to look at picture and mute the commentary. Bobby just doesn't seem to be finding the weight. He's battling. He's playing decent lines at times, but his weight is just let him down a bit. And as we all know, sometimes you struggle with the weight and you play good lines, and other times you find the line and struggle with the weight, and it becomes a bit of a battle. And Francois Koen still just sticking to his hands and trying to get them into that, what we call the magic circle. Bobby's down on a decent track here again. Let's just see how he's adjusted the weight. Oh, yeah. Managed to get the shot there. I think he just needs to get the scoreboard ticking over for a couple of ends and get himself into somewhat of a comfortable lead to try and enforce the tie break. As Francois Koen has replied, just falling about a couple of inches short. Once again making it difficult for Bobby to get a second shot here. He'll have to play it with good weight to just slip past the outside of Francois' ball. Oh, that is not the result he wanted. Just wait. Francois Koen asking the marker who's holding shot there. Yep, Bobby Donnelly has just sold the shot there. Francois wouldn't want to return the favour here, so I think, yeah, thought he would play it a bit under the weight. As players, we always hope that the information the marker gives us is correct, although we have the right to visit the head if we are not sure. Yeah, you can see by Bobby Donnelly's body language there, he's just not quite comfortable at the moment. And I think it doesn't help with the confidence if you give the shot away. So we are all square, 2-all after 4 ends in the second set. Bobby Donnelly just kind of needs to keep his mind positive here, because he's still very much in this game. Just sneak in a couple of ends and get ahead in the second set and force the tiebreaker. I think that's the first time Francois has missed that line on the inside with his first ball. Francois Koen just keeping the pressure on Bobby. Bobby's played a better line here. I think he might still be one down there. Thank you, Ellen Cooker. Also another ex-Protea bowler. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the streaming, and thank you for that comment. We appreciate that. Bobby down on a good line again, yeah. Just played it over the weight. Unsure if it's 1 or 2 to Francois at the moment. Bobby's still struggling to get his rhythm here. Looks like he's getting more and more frustrated as the game progresses. Francois doesn't need to touch the white, yeah. Don't think he sold the shot, but very fortunate not to. Which gives Bobby Donnelly a very good opportunity to convert this into a couple more, I think. Should have a decent option on his forehand just to try and play a couple yards over the weight to try and get that white ball of Francois Koen out of the head. Even a little bowl and then the white, also quite a good, could make a good 3 of it. Everything in his favour, yeah. I'm pretty sure he'll play it over the weight on the forehand. Can Bobby Donnelly play a good bowl here to get himself mentally back into this game and get the confidence going? He's taking his time. Looks like he's setting up for a little bit of a weighted shot. Yes, exactly what he has done. Oh, he's played a cracker. Can't quite see if that ball stayed in. We need to get a side-on angle on it. Just get the different view, different angle on where the jack and the bowl is. Not quite sure if that bowl stayed in. I think the jack might have just stayed in. Don't know what the umpire's call was. So asking for a little bit of a measuring tool of some sorts. Try and get. I must say we have quality technical officials here for this prestigious event. So the umpires have called the ball in. I'll answer your question in a moment. Just waiting to see what happens here.
Bye, Gene.
Cheers. Yeah. Okay. So that was 2 shots to Bobby Donnelly. That bowl in the ditch apparently was called out by the umpires. So still a great shot played there by Bobby Donnelly. Getting rid of the ball there. He played it on the backhand. I thought he would have opted to play it on the forehand, but a good shot nevertheless. Keith Orwell, just to get back to your question. People are getting fancy nowadays. You get multicolored chalk pens and spray, toucher spray and spray chalk, or all these kind of fancy things. So yeah, we're also developing in terms of technology in this game. And I hope that answers your question. But yes, if you play with white balls, I think your opponent has a bit of an advantage, or should have, because he's got 5 jacks to play at. Thanks for the question, Keith. Maybe it's shed some light on the subject for other people as well. Awesome to see the viewership. The viewer numbers have gone up to 1,572 and climbing. That's a better start from Bobby here. Maybe that last shot he played just given him a bit more confidence. 4-2 up after 5 ends. 4 to play. Yeah. A decent opener there by Francois as well. Yes, Keith, I think that would be quite funny. It's another innovative idea of marking a white ball. You use a piece of charcoal. Probably dropping a yard and a half past jack high. Keith, maybe you should invent a charcoal pen. Maybe a little bit of a business opportunity for you there. Bobby seems to have played it down on a decent track here. Good weight, little bit of touch on the white there would be good. Oh, he's played a decent ball there. Koen also down on a decent track here. Played a decent ball. The marker indicating to Bobby Donnelly that he's still holding the shot. Bobby Donnelly down on a brilliant line here. I think he might still only be holding one there. He just turned his shot ball out and fell in. Koen going down with a bit more weight on the backhand there. Oh, I don't think he needs to get that set. Interesting to see if he's 2 or 3 shots down at the moment. Yep, I think Francois has conceded 3 shots there. Just played it slightly under the line and got hold of that set, which turned his own ball out of the head. Marker indicating 3 shots. Bobby Donnelly takes a 7-2 lead with 3 ends to play in the second set. Bobby just, I think, needs to keep this going. It looked like he was frustrated and out of it just a few minutes ago, and all of a sudden he's been getting a couple of good results, made a couple of good bowls, and just seemed to have found a little bit of a rhythm going. Yeah, some more interesting information to share with the viewers and the people around Cape Town. If you're in the area, the team that has been picked for the multi-nations leaving to Australia on Monday are all playing in the South African Masters. They kitted in their new attire. So if you want to get a glimpse of our Protea team, pop in at Western Province Cricket Club and get a glimpse of our young and old Proteas and our current Proteas at that. Bobby looks like he's delivering his ball with much more confidence at the moment. You can just see it in the way he delivered the ball. It's getting them closer and closer together, which is always a sign of a bit of rhythm and confidence going. Now Francois just going to run out of steam under the line here. Hey, looked like he lost a bit of his balance there. Bobby Donnelly might be one down. I'm sure couldn't get this close. He put a little bit of pressure on Bobby's last ball. Wouldn't be wanting to let him back into the set here. Francois adds another. Bobby just taking his time, having a walk down to the head to come and inspect. So Bobby wouldn't be wanting to drop more than a 1 here. That put the pressure back on him to lose the game in straight sets. A lot of ifs and buts in the shot selection in this next ball. Does he feel confident to play it on the backhand to touch the white, or just try and draw a decent number 1 on the forehand, or get second shot at least? Looks like he's taking his ball and he's playing it on the backhand, so it's either going to be a gentle draw inside that white bowl or try and pull the white. It's not on a silly track here. It's very close. It's very close. Oh, he's played a brilliant ball. think Bobby might have made a 4 out of that. He played a cracking shot on his backhand there. Thanks for the comment, Graham Elliott. I appreciate it, mate. Yeah, I think Francois needs to get number 1 here if he has any chance of staying in this second set. All down to the weight. I'm not quite sure, can't see at the angles. I think it might still be 1 down, but yeah, still 1 to Bobby Donnelly. He's cut it down from 4 to 1, so he's still theoretically leaves himself with the possibility of peeling or winning the set with a good count on the next end, Francois. But Bobby surely playing with more confidence at the moment. Good to see the boys having a bit of a chat on the green there. Bowls is a gentleman's sport, but it gets rough sometimes. People that don't know the game think it's always sunshine and roses. It's not always like that. Sometimes the boys can get a good little bantering going on the green and try and upset each other mentally. Yeah, just seeing Bobby Donnelly's body language now, he seems to have just found that mental space and that confidence. Bobby sure has found a little bit of rhythm here and confidence. We didn't see that in the first set. We're not down on just hasn't adjusted the weight to get down on that line. Bobby quick on the mat now. He's into the game. He's feeling it. Playing much quicker. That's a decent cover ball in case the white gets played to the back. All it needed was a little bit of a weight adjustment.
She wins the Masters.
So close.
She wins the bull and Masters. She wins the bull and Open. She wins the bull and single. Spectrum singles. At least I can only buy her. One each. Can't buy her one when I buy myself.
That's very good positioning there by Bobby Donnelly, because any movement on that white just played it over the weight again. It's either 1 or 2 to Bobby Donnelly. I think it might only be 1. That should seal the second set. Once again, they will play the last end because shot aggregate might come into effect in the latter stages of the round robin. Yeah, Pam Beer only picking up 2 shots there, and that seals the second set. So we in for another tiebreaker. We just have to get formalities out of the way. They have to finish the set. Hope you all have enjoyed tuning in for this third session. The next session fourth session will see the veteran ladies back up to complete their second game of the day. It will be the fourth and final session. So stay tuned. Let's see if we can reach that 2,000 mark. We're on 1,651 at the moment. So please keep the likes and the sharing and everything going as much as you can. Share the broadcast amongst friends and family and other bowlers in the community and all over the country. And just for Francois he's just played it over the weight. It'll be interesting to see how Francois comes back in the tiebreaker after it seems like he's just gone off the boil a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how he gets back into rhythm for the tiebreaker. That's a different mindset altogether. Also, just to recap on how the tiebreaker works, it's not the winner of the end, it's the amount of shots scored in the tiebreaker. Just to clarify once again to the viewers. Last ball coming down of the second set, and then I'll flip a coin and see who's off in the tiebreaker. So obviously if you finish both sets and it's one apiece, you have to do a toss again to see who has the mat and who has the last bowl. Normally you prefer to kind of give the mat away. Most of people will probably prefer to give the mat away on the coin toss for the tiebreaker, so that you have the last bowl of the first end of the tiebreaker. Bit of ominous cloud build-up in the distance, in the direction the rain's coming from. Hopefully we'll have a dry afternoon. The wind's picked up slightly, so that means obviously might have some rains on the cards. And that's not the direction the rain's coming from. It's coming out of the northwesterly direction, which is all the way to the right of the flagpole. I think both players just taking a little bit of a break.
They do. There's one short. There's one short. B5.
I've done 3.
So the market just doing a coin toss there to see who Bobby Donnelly opting to keep the mat after winning the toss. Obviously feels that he's getting the better of the two on the first bowl. Try and put some pressure on his opponent quite early. I'll try and find out for you there, Mark. Try and find out what ladies game we will be showing next. And it's exactly like I thought. Bobby Donnelly trying to put early pressure there on Francois. He responds with a decent bowl. Stop jack high on his forehand. Now Bobby drops down onto Francois' bowl there. Once again, it's the shots that count. It's not the winner of the end. Well, it is the winner of the end, but they take it on the amount of shots in the tiebreaker. You don't only get 1 point for end one. The total number of shots across the 3 ends. Francois Koen on a decent track here, just needs to reach. Just under the weight. Hey, Bobby Donnelly, a little touch on that white ball would have been brilliant. Nevertheless, the back ball's never lost. Thank you, Albert. Appreciate it. Hope to see you down here. Hope you in Cape Town. Come down and have a pop in for a nice cold one. Bobby Donnelly to try and put a lot of pressure here on Francois. This first end of the tiebreaker. He's down on a very decent track and good weight. I think he's definitely holding 3, which is a very good way to start the tiebreaker. you'll see the bowl reacting slightly different on that forehand now, because we've got, like I said, the slight breeze that picked up. It will just change the way the bowls react on the hand. It's still not a gale force, it's just like a decent breeze. And Francois conceding 3 shots there, I think. 3-0 to Bobby Donnelly after the first end of the tiebreaker. Bobby just played it with decent weight, about a foot, just drops under the line. Koen opting to go to the backhand for the first time during the game. That in the tie-break end. Oh, Mark, to get back to your question there on which ladies will be playing on the streaming rink after this, it will be Magdelena Donoghue versus Helena Potgieter. That will be the next game up, and that will also conclude the live streaming for the day. Francois I think he's played it with decent weight, as I can see from across the commentary booth. It looks like Francois is holding the shot. Umpire says it's a measure, but I doubt. I think the white ball's holding the shot. But as they say, if the marker's not sure, rather say it's a measure. Bobby down on a decent line here. There's an unlucky result there. Played it with good weight. Only the one down at the moment. Koen back on the backhand. I think he's just going to get wrecked on that short ball there. Marker just confirming that he's only the one down. So you can seal it here, a little touch on that white to make 2 and seal the deal. It's on a fair line. Is he going to hold up? Needs to touch the white. Oh, sorry, he wouldn't have sealed the deal. There's still another bowl to be played. I'm getting a bit of ahead of myself at the moment. Francois coming down with a lot of weight. One to Bobby Donnelly there. Now all he needs to do is not concede more than 3, and he'll win the game. 1 to Bobby Donnelly. Takes a 4-0 lead with 1 in to play in that tiebreaker. So anything less than 1 shot, or less than 3, or less than 4, Bobby Donnelly will take the victory over Francois Koen. But as I say, it's never over until the last bowl is played. Just for interest's sake, if Francois Koen manages to score a count of 4 in this next end, there will be a sudden death end, so the winner of that end will then be the winner of the game. Yeah, Bobby just persisting with that backhand. He's been finding that's a decent start. It's about a yard past Chekai. Francois Koen also just playing at a yard behind on a decent line. He seems to have played it under the line here. Not in any real danger just yet. I think Francois would have to just try and get some movement going on the white ball. Doesn't need to play it short of the white. Manages to draw the shot. Any sort of movement on the white here, then I think he's played a good ball there. Not impossible, but I cannot really see Francois making a count of 4 in this end. He's played it down a decent line again. Over the weight. There we go. He's sort of tried to set himself up for some sort of shot to get 4. However, I think it'll be very difficult if Bobby Donnelly gets another bowl in here. He has good weight and he's on a good line. He's drawn a great shot there. I think that should seal it. Francois Koen having a little run at that. Yeah, that concludes the 3rd session. Bobby Donnelly coming out victorious after we saw them each take 1 set apiece. Bobby Donnelly taking the tiebreaker, 5 shots, 2-0. I hope you all have enjoyed this 3rd session. Stay tuned for the 4th session, which would see Magdelena, Donoghue and Helena Potgieter battling it out in the last session of the day. I see the marker is already standing behind the scoreboard. So stay tuned. Next up is the veteran women in session 4. Thank you, and we'll see each other again a little bit later.
Well, we greet you again from the Western Province Cricket Club, where our attention is focused on the ladies' vets competition between Magdelena O'Donoghue from the Northwest Bowling District and Helena Potgieter from Wonderboom in Gauteng North. At present, O'Donoghue is leading by 4 shots and they've played 3 ends. And we must realize that this competition, they play 9 ends and that constitutes a set. 2 sets, and then if both have a set, then there's additional 3 ends, and whoever wins that gets the 3 points that makes up the 5 points which they're competing for. Potgieter is now drawn 2 shots. This morning when play started, it was a little overcast, a bit rainy, but play continued, and now it's beautiful blue skies and players have got perfect conditions in which to compete. We're just going to watch the marker very closely, but it's a definite 1 shot to Potgieter at this stage. Ball is taken out. And now it's going to be a measure for 2nd shot. This match that we're bringing you is between Magdelena O'Donoghue and Helena Potgieter. Helena Potgieter, Wonderboom in Gauteng North, and Magdelena O'Donoghue is from Paris in the Northwest Province. Two shots to Helena Potgieter, and the score will now change to 4 shots to O'Donoghue and 2 to Potgieter. Helena Potgieter just opened her account on this end, which was the 4th end. 5 ends to go in this set.
It's you now.
Excellent first bowl, toucher. It would require some chalk. Magdelena O'Donoghue, she started off very, very well. And it seems as if Helena Potgieter has now started to find a line and weight. Very important. She played her forehand, but short. Very fluent movement in her delivery, Donoghue. Very distinctive colour bowl. This has a very good path. Excellent. Jack high. Holding two at the moment. Good effort. Again on the forehand. She seems to have found the line and the weight quite nicely. Draws another one in. Now Donoghue will have to make sure with this bowl she can cut down a bit. She's not happy with that at all. It would appear to be 3 shots to Potgieter. Not a full end. The mat has been brought up by Helena Potgieter, and the jack was delivered to about 4 meters in front of the 2 meter mark. That's probably a weight that she fancies. Indeed. Very good adjustment. We are watching the 6th end of the first set in the ladies veterans section. Excellent ball delivered by Helena Potgieter from Gauteng North.
The lenses are over there. I don't know who's playing.
Magdelena Donoghue started off very, very well, but at the moment she's not finding her line. Potgieter, on the other hand, has just excelled over the last 3 ends. Another wonderful bowl, holding 3. Very well tried, just a little narrow. Now, can Helena Potgieter make it 4? She's trying very hard. Now, Magdelena Donoghue will have to get a bowl in there to cut down. She played a forehand. It looks to be just a bit too hard, goes through to the back. And that's another 4 shots to Helena Potgieter. Score will now become 9-4 in favor of Potgieter from Wonderboom in Gauteng North. Well, there's quite a good crowd, as you can see. Lots of spectators. They're enjoying watching the cream of South African bowls out here. A lot of the Protea players in action, and wonderful to watch. Some very good bowls being played. It's wonderful to see all the spectators. I think tomorrow there's going to be a few more because a lot of people still have to work on a Friday. Tomorrow, Saturday, it's going to be a large crowd here. Magdelena Donoghue will have to now get back into this game. 6 ends have been played. That's a wonderful bowl. And this end plus another 2, that constitutes the first set. I get a point for whoever wins the set. There are 2 sets of 9, and should it be 1 set each, then they play an additional 3 ends. And there's 3 points on those 3 ends, whoever wins that. So that's quite an interesting way of scoring. Helena Potgieter. Playing her backhand. Well, she determined the length of this end, and at the moment she's just battling a little bit with her weight. One was reasonably short, the other was through, whereas Magdelena O'Donoghue has found this quite nicely. She's holding 2 shots. Now Potgieter is trying a forehand. Very good. She's cut down. Only 1 shot to O'Donoghue at this stage. That was the completion of the 7th end, and Helena Potgieter from Wonderboom in Gauteng North is leading 9 shots to 5 over Magdelena O'Donoghue from Paris. Donoghue has decided to change the tactics a little bit, playing a much shorter end. Now let's see how she can adjust.
How you doing?
Looks quite good. About a 750 millimeters or a meter behind the jack. For a first bowl, that's an excellent position. But Helena Potgieter, again, excellent line, excellent weight, draws the shot. She has found the line with her forehand from the north side quite nicely. And let's just watch this one very closely. Oh, second shot now belongs to O'Donoghue. Excellent weight, but Helena Potgieter is still holding the shot. And I think she's made it too. I'll just watch the marker quite closely. It's waiting for the players to get to the head. 2 indeed. and Helena Potgieter has secured the first set. One in to go, but the difference already is 6 shots.
If you just walk straight down there. Oh. Give it a-
And once again, Helena Potgieter with her first
I
bowl
must follow you.
puts it very close. Tremendous pressure on Magdelena or Donoghue, who's trailing by 6 shots in this first set. Great bowl there by Magdelena Donoghue to reduce the deficit somewhat. Interesting that Helena Potgieter, what we call in bowls terms, she's playing around the clock. She's playing her forehand all the time. She doesn't stick to the one side. Bowling from north to south, she's on the forehand, and going south to north, she's on the forehand again. So we refer to that as playing around the clock. Donoghue, is he going to pick it up? Indeed. But her ball went through quite a way. Some excitement on the rink just to the left of us here. Helena Potgieter trying hard. Donoghue on the backhand. Looks quite good. It's coming up short.
We stel die drafts hier en dan gaan gooi hulle dit daar. Ja.
Guys, he's clapping everybody. And Jason's lying 16, that's it. But Bibi is lying first. You're the 3 rounds.
Right, Helena Potgieter has secured the first set. She beat Donoghue in that first set by 13 shots to 5. She's earned 1 point. And now we start the second set. Set consists out of 9 ends. On the forehand again, she has found this line beautifully, and her weight control is also very good.
We can sit here. It's got our name on it. It's got our name on it. You take all the spoon. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to break it. Squash them together. That's fine.
Now the big question is, can Magdelena Donoghue, can she fight back in the second set? First ball just a bit short. And once again, on the forehand, Helena Potgieter makes no mistake. She draws the shot. Donoghue on the backhand with a bit of weight.
The cheap pick and pay no name like say 70 now. No, I was watching the people.
At this stage, she's battling a little bit with line and her length. Donoghue now inquires what the distance is that the shot pole is lying. She's again on the backhand trying to take that ball out, just too narrow. Potgieter puts the ball at the back in a good position. I think Donoghue will try and play onto her front pole, and that might pick up the jack and bring it to the back. Okay. One shot then to Helena Potgieter, who's won the first set 13-5. She's just carrying on where she's left off. And Magdelena Donoghue will definitely try her level best to get back into this game. And can she force that additional 3 ends to be played? Helena Potgieter playing out of Wonderboom in Gauteng North, and Magdelena Donoghue, she's from Paris. It's wonderful to see all these renowned bowlers here in Cape Town at the moment. As I said previously, the cream of South African bowls. This is the SA Masters. Helena Potgieter is just continuing to play absolute superb bowls. I think the pressure is getting a little bit to Magdelena Donoghue. She's not taking the correct line, whereas Potgieter is like a machine.
Jason's flying 6 3 rounds. Like, come back, keep tomorrow. Where's my hammer?
Helena Potgieter still holds the shot. It was a very good attempt to try and take that ball out. Just touched it. And Potgieter draws in another shot. Yeah, she's enjoying herself. Donoghue trying hard. A weighted shot. Not to be.
Sê julle, waar neem hulle af, kan ek die hoor?
That's another 2 shots to Helena Potgieter. She now leads 3-0 after 2 ends in the second set. She's brought her mat up at least 2 to 3 meters. She has found her grasp beautifully and her weight is absolutely impeccable.
Yeah, that's what we paid for cocktails. Last night with the cocktail party, wine was for free.
Very experienced player.
Alcoholism. Don't drink alcohol. We don't drink. So I'll have to report them to the promoting alcoholism. Take them on to now take the quotas 40 because of sugar tax. Welcome to Saints.
Yes, yeah, she plays for Northwest.
So was the rain stop? Spectators popped out. Free game. Drizzle stop.
It's not actually the way she's played so far. She's got 2 shorties bowls, but they both counting at this stage. And now the jack has moved back about 1.5 meters. And let's see if Helena Potgieter can adjust her weight now. She has impressed with her line and weight so far. And she's not going to disappoint us. Excellent bowl toucher. And the chalk has to come out. And our marker does the necessary.
Hi, Sandy.
Potgieter trying hard again. She's not going to make it this time, but she's holding 2 shots quite handsomely. And Donoghue is going to come up to the head to have a good look to see how she can remedy the situation. A great afternoon here in Cape Town. A fair amount of spectators around. And the clouds have moved away, blue skies and excellent conditions for bowls. There's not much wind. There's a slight breeze from the northwest. Now if I look at the windsock, it wants to swing around, but I think it's still from the northwest. And it's going to be Magdelena Donoghue from Paris, from the northwest bowls district, that's going to try and get a bowl close in here and cut down. 2 shots against her at the moment. Unfortunately, she runs into one of her own bowls. And that's another 2 to Potgieter.
Fantastic, you're a darling in this place.
Yeah, the first set in this match that we are bringing you on ring number 6. Helena Potgieter beat Magdelena Donoghue 13-5, and busy with the second set. She's 5 shots up. Once again, she's decided to take the mat up a bit, and she's playing just under a 3/4 end or length. She's definitely found the line and very well on this green, and the weight has been very, very good. This time I think it's a little bit too narrow. As they say, it's thin. And she doesn't look too happy when I look at her when she walks back.
That works as well. I don't need now, just finish the cup.
And this time Magdelena Donoghue finds it beautifully, just past the jack, but in a good position. seeing that
Oh, that's fantastic.
Potgieter is playing a forehand. If she picks the jack up, she can take it to O'Donoghue's bowl at the back.
Pay 6 rand in Java.
Keep it rather here. Then it's a bit controlled, otherwise it's
Otherwise you'll have
free
That
for
was
all.
very close, just ran through.
Once people
Can O'Donoghue put a second one in
like you
there?
said, there's a pair of eyes on it.
I must say these ladies, they play at a tremendous speed, not much time wasted on the
We
mat,
don't have drink stickers.
goes quite quickly. And again, a very good bowl. Jack high. Potgieter again on the forehand, playing around the clock.
Roaring like a lion.
Lovely follow through in her delivery.
Or you like a lion or crying like a kitty. Good.
Very similar to the previous bowl that she delivered. Can she make it 3? She's got good line, running a little bit. O'Donoghue holding 2 shots at present. She's trying with a fight back effort here. O'Donoghue. Excellent bowl. She's definitely picked up 3 here.
What's the big thing?
Antaria.
She's the mooring.
Yeah, indeed, 3. Great fight back here by Magdelena O'Donoghue, and she would very much like to win the second set.
My balls look like I'm going ball shopping.
Score at the moment,
And every continent.
5-3 in favor of Helena
He's a
Potgieter.
provincial player. He's got 1 ball in every.
Now, Magdelena O'Donoghue will have the opportunity to determine the length of the head that they're going to play, and it's not going to be a shorty's end.
Somebody else.
It's about a 3/4 length.
Hello, Miss Gold Medalist. I think we don't remember you when we do.
How are you?
Green.
She started off very well
You think we don't remember you, but we do.
in the first set and then lost her rhythm a little bit.
No, I know you did.
She was trying to get here incognito. Now you've blown her cover.
That ball was online, but unfortunately a bit short. And Potgieter, she continues to play the forehand up and down, which means she's playing around the clock, but she's very effective. And she proves it once again. The marker will have to watch it that his chalk might run out because there's lots of touches. But at this stage, the spray still works.
Probably, yeah.
How are you doing? All right.
She just pushes that bowl out of the way.
That's a bonus.
Could be holding 2 shots at present. Donoghue trying to get into the head, and indeed she takes the second shot out. At this stage, 1 shot in the head belongs to Helena Potgieter.
Jerry's still playing his third. Could go down to 8. He lost 2 and he won 1. Jason lost his first 2 and then won. 3 1
Oh, excellent bowling there by Magdelena Donoghue. She comes off the short bowl, picks up the jack, and she's holding at present. Yeah, the spectators are walking past when the players are on the mat, and Potgieter, she stepped off the mat and she started with her routine again. And I think that put her off a bit because that's thin. 1 shot to Donoghue. Could be 2. We're waiting on our marker. Players are coming up. The lady in white and black, that's Helena Potgieter, and the lady in the northwest colours, that is Magdelena Donoghue. Having a good look, could well result in a measure.
Deposit on the jacket.
Wait for the people that drink. That's the same.
Yeah, look, I mean, but it's always
Indeed.
these things you, like here now, none of us drink. From a volume point of view, 35 rand for a 750.
In the first set, Helena Potgieter from Wonderboom, Gauteng North, beat Donoghue 13-5. She earned 1 point for that set, and we are now busy with the 5th end. Just completed that in the 2nd set.
You better look at what you get in here. We never do. Must have pay barman,
We pay barman as well. We still pay 6 rand for a special. I mean, 2 passion fruits and 2 pots.
Yes.
2 pots, and I bought more than a bottle and a half.
It would appear that that was 2 shots to Donoghue.
Why they charge you 16
I'll
rand?
just watch Mr. Graham top the marker closely. Those lollipops will go up in a minute, I think.
Is it off price yet? Good idea.
Now I'll have to watch the... yeah, indeed 2 shots. My producer here, Koen, is on the ball. He's helping me quickly. Well, peels in the 2nd set, 5 apiece. Donoghue fighting back quite nicely. And these players have all earned to be here. You don't get into the BSA Masters for nothing. They've all won competitions in their district, and they are champions in their own right. And now they are here to compete.
But they'll sell them for $9.99.
Are you serious? That's for one or for three?
She gives quite a big step.
But if you open the box, they're $2.50 each.
And now she's just starting to lose her line slightly. It's the second time that she's played a rather narrow shot there. And watching her, she's not too happy with herself. Donoghue fighting back beautifully and picks up the jack. She trails the jack. And again, it is marked accordingly by the marker. This is quite a turnaround in this match so far. Donoghue was way down and now she's fought back quite nicely.
The ones that disappear without getting paid for.
And Potgieter draws the second shot.
You've been difficult.
Busy with the sixth end. In this, the second set.
I would fire your coach.
Good bowl at the back.
Fire the coach. If you lose, fire the coach.
Some insurance there.
I got $10 then, she's not going to do far. Absolutely not.
Tell Daddy you want all the chocolates. Daddy's problem.
One shot to Donoghue. At present, she is leading by one shot, 6-5. In this, the second set.
Let's say that with a lot of confidence.
That's a beautiful line taken there by Potgieter, all in the weight, and just ran through. Donoghue playing her forehand. She's now found her rhythm again. Just a little bit wide, but nevertheless, weight was very good. Helena Potgieter has bowled very well in this match so far. And she doesn't disappoint us. She does it again. She draws the shot.
It's good shit, man. It's good shit.
And now Magdelena Donoghue plays a superb bowl shot, and she just edges out Potgieter's bowl, and she's holding the shot.
Glass. Not a bottle like mine, but she had like a full glass.
Somebody's stealing my bus.
Quiet now. Quiet now.
It's alright. It's only 2 inches.
I haven't seen her play her backhand from that side yet.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
It must probably require a backhand shot. And I think we're going to see her playing a backhand for the first time. Mine looks very good. All in the weight. And she edges out the bowl, but I think it still remains. A good shot played there by Helena Potgieter. And they are calling upon the umpire to come and measure, because it's a very close measure here. And we'll watch this very closely. At the moment, it's 6-5 in favor of Magdelena Donoghue. Jack is being propped, and now the umpire can get on with the business of measuring.
That's fine, we don't mind that you're a puzzle.
Wonderful view by our cameraman of how she goes about her job there, and it belongs to Magdelena Donoghue. And now after 7 ends, she's leading 7-5 in the second set.
Which are yours?
I must say the umpire was very prompt, didn't take much time. She performed her duty extremely well. Donoghue trying very hard to secure this second set, leading 7-5. She's really stepped her game up in the second set.
Have you tasted that new mint Sprite?
First bowl not bad, just a little bit short.
Just a sprig of mint on your dessert. Stuffs it up.
Now I wonder if this is pressure that's getting to Helena Potgieter, because She has somewhat lost her line that she takes when she bowls. Donoghue holding 2 shots at present. Potgieter to now play her second bowl. Now she's taken better grass. But the secret is it's got to be good grass and good weight. Donoghue three bowls nice and close to the jack. Potgieter. Again the line not so good. It's thin. Donoghue, can she put another one in there? Indeed, very good. Just coming up a bit short. Now can Potgieter draw the shot down? She's not happy. It went wide and it was too heavy. It's going to be interesting here. Looks like at least 2 shots and then it might be a measure for the third. And we'll have to watch the marker quite closely on the other side. 2 are out. And it was 3. In the second set, Magdelena Donoghue is leading 10-5. So we are most probably going, yeah, we are going to have the she's going to win the second set. And then we are going to have the additional 3 ends to be played. And that is worth 3 points. Potgieter won the first set 13-5, and at the moment Donoghue is up 10-5, playing the last end of the second set.
Okay, so at the end of the Masters, I need a shirt like yours.
No, this shirt, you will off.
First bowl has gone through a bit. And an excellent bowl delivered there by Potgieter. Just a little bit short, but in close proximity to the jack. Backhand from Donoghue.
You can't score 5 in the last 8. You've only got 4 balls. Too late.
Waar kan ons in doen?
Present moment, Potgieter is holding most probably 2 shots, and Donoghue trying very hard. Online, Hull suddenly takes a bit of a turn there, but she's drawing the second shot. Right, we've seen the completion of the two ends. The first, with 2 sets. The first set, Potgieter beat Donoghue 13-5, and in the second set, Donoghue managed to take that set 10-6, and now there's the additional 3 ends that needs to be played. Very interesting. And they refer to that as tie-break ends. And there's 3 points at stake here. Or the flip chart at the over the other side goes back to 0, and Potgieter is delivering the bowl, or may I say the jack. Again, she's playing a shortish end. Mat has been taken up 3-4 meters, and Helena Potgieter, Wonderboom, Gauteng North. Won the first set, lost the second set. Now it's that 3 tie-break ends. Just gone through about a meter. Donoghue, she's come back strongly in the second set. Can she continue her good performance? Good line. Excellent weight as well, and she draws the shot. And Potgieter has only played one hand, the backhand shot in this entire match. She's on her forehand all the time. Somewhat lost her direction a bit. She does not take enough grass. And Donoghue is just going from strength to strength, and that's her second shot also belongs to her. Busy with the tie-break ends. 3 points at stake. Lots of noise around us here. People starting to come towards the clubhouse as the games finish. Potgieter now takes a little bit too much grass, too much weight. She was in control of the first set. But Donoghue has fought back beautifully in the second set, and she's just continuing. I think she's hungry to also obtain those points that are at stake in this, the tie-break ends. Can Potgieter get in there? Looks like she's 3 shots down at the moment.
Thank you. And a box per fire times 2 a day.
I bought 6 bags.
What are you going to do, Mr.
So we already had.
Shot is still against Potgieter. Donoghue still holding the shot.
That's the one that
Yeah, listen.
Neil is still Brian.
Yeah, but he's got the new stuff. I went and bought other stuff. Because other stuff was, it's good, it eventually. So we might be a little bit tight there. How many have you sold today?
Right. The first tie-break end is 1 shot to Donoghue, and there's going to be a measure for the second shot.
Sunday is only 2 sessions.
Very, very important matches here. These are all champions in their own right. So if they're not sure and it looks very close, they will ask the marker to measure. And if it's still very close, then they'll call upon the umpire to come and assist and do the necessary measuring. Our mark here is Graham Todd from this Western Province Cricket Club. A man with also lots of experience. Just 1 shot to Magdelena Donoghue on the first tie-break end.
Where is it? Apples and pears.
Sure, because we were told that no uncertain from his
Because that's not even the right conditions of paying.
today.
I haven't got the 161. Then my set doesn't say anything like that.
It's really been good to see how Magdelena Donoghue from Paris in the northwest Bowls district has fought back, lost the first set and then came back strongly in the second set, and she's just won the first tie-break end. 1 shot there, and now she's trying to extend her lead even more, and an excellent first ball. She has definitely found her rhythm, weight, and her grass that she's taking is very good.
That's the ones that.
Yes, but he's got one that says 3 points per game.
Whereas
One for the win and 1%.
Helena Potgieter has suddenly started to find the going quite tough. I wonder if it's pressure since Donoghue has come back into this game. Donoghue just carrying on where she's left off. Another bowl in a very good position at the back. Should the jack be moved to the back by Potgieter? And we're bringing to you this, the Bowls South Africa Masters event here at the Western Province Cricket Club. It's a ladies veterans match that we're showing you between Magdelena Donoghue from Paris and Helena Potgieter from Wonderboom. Donoghue excelling at the moment. Excellent bowls. 3 good bowls, 2 very close to the jack, 1 at the back. Whereas Potgieter has come up short. What can she do on this one? 1 set each, very important. Whoever wins these tie-break ends with the most shots gains the other 3 points. Donoghue holding 3 shots at the moment.
Like to see how they're going to get it.
Another one that's going to be in the count. Very important bowl this for Potgieter. That forehand has worked for her the whole day. She just ran through. And at least 2 shots. I think it's going to be 3 shots to Donoghue. So if she picks up the 3 shots, then the best Potgieter can do is to tie these tiebreakers ends. But if Donoghue just prevents her from getting 4 shots, then she will win the tie break ends. 2 bowls out.
I need to stop bowling again this week. I've had a bit of a sabbatical. I need to start going. I'm preparing for this week.
And indeed, another measure. Oh, the ladies like to call on the markers to measure. Graham Todd is the man that's officiating.
Now, even the one that's on the website, they copied exactly the rule, but forgot to write thing in brackets that says.
And we'll just watch him closely. 2 bowls have been taken out. They belong to Magdelena Donoghue. And the third one as well. So Donoghue leads 4-0 in the tie-break ends, and the third and final end has to be played. All she has to do is to just get 1 bowl in there, and she will secure the tie-break ends and gain the additional points to beat Helena Potgieter. They've won 1 set each, and we're now busy with the third and final tie-break end. A rather shortish end that Donoghue has gone for. She hasn't rolled the jack very far. Mat is up. Meter and a half. And the strategy has worked quite well. Hits the ball quite close. She's leading by 4 shots in this, the third and final tie-break end. Helena Potgieter is going to try very hard here. There she's played a beautiful shot. She wooded a ball that was in front, pushed it slightly just past the jack, but holding 2. Pressure back onto Potgieter. Anything can happen.
They'll see what they need to see.
is out the joke because they think conflict of interest because the books is one thing, but the website says something else. The website's common knowledge. The book isn't. Depending on what they decide.
She's got 3 bowls nicely in the vicinity of the jack.
A lot of people watching it. The website's got everybody watching it.
It would appear that Donoghue is going to be the winner of this match. She's really upped her game in the second set, and now she's really in the tiebreaker. She's bowled very well.
They're the executive. They decide what they want to put in. But once it's in, they must check, give it to us to make sure that it's in line with the laws. That's what we there for. That's what we specialize in. That's our specialty. That's what we there for. They don't know anything better. Because they copied exactly what's in the law. But then the skin brackets that says shots in the tiebreaker don't count.
Right, we've come to the end of the tiebreak ends, and they're now going to do the necessary, sign the card, etc. And let me just give you the result. Magdelena Donoghue from Paris in the northwest Bowls district has beaten Helena Potgieter from the Gauteng North district 4 points to 1. Potgieter won the first set 13-5, Donoghue the second set 10-6, and the 3 tie-break ends. Donoghue was absolutely superb, and she won the 3 tie-break ends 8-0. That's the news that we've got for you from the Western Province Cricket Club. This the ladies veterans match that we streamed to you, and this is the BSA SA Masters from the Western Province Cricket Club in Cape Town.